Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, can you hear me? You should be able to hear me now. I'm sorry. There was some troubles with my microphone. Hopefully it should work now. Let's see. Ah, cool. Awesome. First of all, Happy New Year. I was basically talking to myself just a second ago. So yeah, what I wanted to say is Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you for joining. I can't be too loud, so I might be speaking a little bit, quiet. Might be quiet at times because my brothers have to work tomorrow, and that's why I need to be a little careful with my voice that I don't get too loud. Happy birthday, they say. Is this happy birthday actually a thing? Like some people do they celebrate birthday? Something like that for Happy New Year? I don't know. Some people are like it's the second time I've seen this. Okay, what do we draw? Hopefully I closed all the NDA stuff so I don't get into troubles. Wait, hopefully nobody saw that. Okay, it was too fast. Okay, good. Close. Abonné. Hello, Jaden Matthews. I'm doing fine. How are you doing? Is there any other question already that has been drummed earlier? I can answer real quick. Okay. So yeah, I'll be just animating pretty much and gonna see where this goes, where this carries me, and then we'll see what we're gonna end up with, right? Yeah, it's very late, but I can't sleep, and if I don't do anything, then I will just be awake in my bed and absolutely do nothing. So I thought maybe I'll be a little bit productive and to try to animate something. You should draw Bert. Who is Bert? Hey, rush it. Oh, okay. Do we animate? I'm just gonna start drawing some shit, I guess. I got this idea, but I don't know if I can pull this off. We'll see. Gonna draw a girl today, a woman. Usually you just see me animating random sticks beating up each other, but this time I'm gonna try to actually figure out a character. I really want to push this first pose, man. This one is strong. The motion might feel even stronger. Oh, I got a better idea. Let's make her tuck in. Like she's holding something right here. Try to figure out some decent anatomy. Also got a surprise for you guys. Whoever manages to stay until the end of the stream is gonna see my animation reel 2021. But for that one, I will make basically a new video that I can also delete later on. Okay, so I don't want to show this public for too long. My patrons already saw it, but since I don't know how my work is handled and how Toy or something would, for example, uh, deal with my work from One Piece, and it's their property, I need to be a little bit careful. I can still manage to show some of you guys. So you guys can witness my epic animation reel moment. Pretty much. Yeah, it's just a short compilation of everything I've been working on. Gotta say right away though that many people actually contributed to my work. For example, I'm very thankful to people like Mr. Itsuki Tsushigami, who helped me out a lot on on the FGO movie. Um, then there's um, Itsuki, how is it called? Ishizuka on the One Piece episode 1004. I'm very thankful for that he trusted me to work with his storyboards. Storyboards were great, man. Literally just changed a little bit on the compositing at some and composition at sometimes, and changed some of the drawings and try to bring the ideas really to life. Um, what else? Work on this year? A lot, man. There's the Witcher movie. Well, I'm allowed to share those. That's for sure. Uh, I can't show my One Piece Ganger, by the way, so it's not gonna be included. I'm sorry. Maybe I don't know the website on Twitter or something like the official One Piece website might post it at some point, but I would not count on it. I also don't know when they are supposed to send these. Okay. She has like these needles she's throwing. Or maybe it's like a small dagger. Let's see what you're writing in chat. Um. Oh, yeah, I can go through Sakugaburo in a bit again. We can definitely talk about Sakugaburo in a bit. At Gabriel, your answer, like you started animating for studios after how many years of animating? I've been animating stick figures for like 10 years, and after like 2.5 years, I managed to get like the first studio jobs, uh, and now I'm like 2.5 years in working for this industry, pretty much. I consider myself as pretty fast as when I started to really trying to get into that grind set and really like pushing out these animations and practices, and everything came pretty fast. But yeah, I spent a lot of time practicing, a lot of stuff. I mean, everything is kind of like archived on my YouTube anyways, or like most of it. When working for on the studio work, how long does it usually take to get used to drawing some models from model sheets? Uh, I at the moment, like when I do layout, For example, for my One Piece work, I actually didn't get any correction. All of the stuff you see is almost my drawings, pretty much, except for one cut. I don't know why, but they kind of redrew the character there. But the rest is everything from me. On Takt, I also just got very little amount of corrections. Let's see, in the 15 cuts or something I did, there was just some close-up shots where they gave me corrections, I think. But the rest, I pretty much drew on model, I guess, right away. So didn't take that much time. It's just working drawing efficiently with that character sheet, to be honest, and then you'll be always a little off at times, but I think what really works for like professional animators is even if they are off, their strong style is so strong that it actually still works out and feels good to look at. I think that's a difference from someone who's like very inexperienced and still has to kind of, find his style or like get an idea about how to properly draw something, to someone who has been drawing like all the time and has been also doing like maybe even some director jobs or something. For example, the guy I recommend checking out is Hitsuki Tsushigami because, for example, on Osama Ranking, he also reboarded some of the scenes, and as far as I know, he went completely uncorrected. He kind of did also the directing for his own shots, and that's kind of the highest. I think that's like kind of the, if you will like reach that position, you're probably a very respectful animator, and people just trust you. They let you do whatever you want without worrying because they know you're going to do a good job or something. I guess there's like a certain point where you actually don't even need that many corrections anymore. To be fair, it depends on the style of the show, how complicated it is, what kind of directors you have, what kind of aim there is for the show on how it has to look like. If there's like a certain style choice or like a certain, let's say, a certain direction the show wants to go, uh, you also need to be able to consider that, right? And yeah, in some cases, there are people that are just so good that they don't even need any corrections or drawers anymore. I'm still far away. I got lucky to have some, like, sometime this year I got lucky and got some, definitely did quite a lot of stuff without corrections. But I wouldn't say that I'm at a point where I believe that I already reached that kind of, director, I trust you 100% level, right? Uh, but it's getting better for sure. People are like seem to recognize me, and so far it seems, from what they tell me, I seem to do good work, and I'm very happy about that. So this year, I definitely, like in 2021, I made massive step forward for myself, even though if I sometimes don't recognize them. It's just the time passed by so fast, and I feel like I'm still in the beginning of the year, and all of a sudden, all that time passed by, right? And then there's that you worked with all these cool people, and it feels so surreal because I'm just sitting in my fucking room all day and I can't even see look the people in the eyes. The only time I kind of see them is maybe when there's a meeting, right? And they talk to you directly and be like, hey, um, you can also see the expression, right? Oh shit, what am I drawing? Okay, I'm gonna reinvent the pose again. I like the first approach much more. Let's make a face away from us and have the arms tucked in. Okay. I'm going to be very rough, by the way, so I can be fast and actually create some content here. It's just the first frame that always takes time because I'm figuring out how to draw the character or like what I'm trying to figure out what I actually want to draw, because it's all on the spot. It's like I'm improvising, and improvising itself is probably not easy, and not always you will get like instant crazy animation all of a sudden, right? Or like instant quality result. But since it's improvised, it's kind of random, and I think that's also what makes the magic. I'm very thankful to all the people I've been working with. Just that is 2021 for me, pretty much. Yeah, I'm full-time animator, by the way, for like the past 2 years. Hello, Indigo. Hello, Boben. I'm not gonna go to bed, Boben. I feel too awake. I've been sleeping too much. How did you create a pegboard on your animation piece? I just I just drew of another pegboard and then made my own, pretty much. I stole it, to be fair. It's just pretty much these two peg holes on the there. It's there I stole. The rest is just the canvas properties, as you can see right here. It's the overflow frame, which is like the second blue box, and there's the blank space, which is kind of the white space around this second blue box. And yeah, the output frame is the box in the middle. That's also my camera size, pretty much. In Eclipse you Paint, the output frame is also camera size, just to remind you. So you never actually have to change this. If you want to change anything, you can just change the blank space. You will always have this nice 16:9 resolutions if you just keep HD resolutions. So you're fine. Okay. I think I finally understood why my post doesn't feel like I want it to be. I also haven't been drawing that much for myself lately, so my drawings will feel very clunky and rushed. I apologize for that. Okay. I barely have been drawing anything for myself. All I've been doing is lying in my bed, listening to music, and brainstorm the past 2 weeks. It's pretty much everything I've been doing. And spend some time with family. Finally could catch a break, man. That was definitely so great. Feel so relieved. By getting started with work is still hard. Mm. In fact, I actually would be working, but I feel like I can do it. I just need to start with something. It doesn't matter if it's work streaming. I think I still can still manage to make it in time. Slowly the character starting to take shape the more I sketch on it. Oh, I just want to have a decent head shape. I can work with. As you can see, I've been redrawing. Because everything I've been doing doesn't feel so sad. I think if I. Oh, happened. Oops, got the wrong brush. Oh yeah. Also, I don't know if you've guys seen the movie. The Camelot movie came out on Blu-ray. FGO Vagrant Order Camelot movie. I didn't take like crazy part in it, but I took part in it. So I recommend watching it. It's very good. There's like many crazy animators on it, and the story. I also like the story, to be honest. Like, I'm not a big fan of the Fate game, but I think the storytelling is pretty good. It works if you like get a little bit familiar with the Fate universe. That is. All right, I think I've figured problem out, and I'm ready to go. She has now a short sword. That's a weapon of choice. Did my pen pressure finally die? This brush is the best when the pen pressure doesn't work anymore. Not gonna lie, it is. That's why I created this one actually. This one is actually a fake brush. It's not Nakamura's brush, sorry. I have been lying to you guys all the time. You thought it gives you power, but it doesn't. I tricked your brain. I know, you can't believe that. How could I do that? CBT. I don't know, he can draw frames fast like I was just for 1 minute. Boom, we got this. Well, we don't always have a translator during meetings, to be fair. Sometimes the conversations actually happen through Google Translate. Like, then you send the translation and then you hope they understand. And the rest is just waving with your hands, trying to actually describe what you're trying to tell by making stupid sounds. Okay, so over here it goes boom, right? Boom. And the director, yeah, yeah, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. that's the, that's one of the conversations I had in one of my meetings, actually. It's no joke. Sometimes you just have to talk like a fucking kid. But hey, as long as it works, man, nobody's to blame. Okay, the next frame's gonna be a little bit more cleaner, I hope. Oh, this feels good. I like when the brush is so wonky. What I'm trying to do is now I'm gonna try to have a tuck in the arm even more, so she really pushes. So she's really building up momentum for a good rotation. The closer she brings it in, the stronger, the more force going to be in that swing that comes afterwards. So we want to keep holding it in, building up some anticipation. Instead, the arm goes. Oh, this arm is kind of weird to draw because it's gonna go kind of in this direction over here. It's like right in front. Yeah, kind of like this. Maybe I need to show off some kind of elbow. The foreshortening is a little bit weird here. Maybe it's either just drawn weird or it's just weird. I suppose I might have messed up a little bit. Since it's just for one frame, it will be fine. Gonna try to push the arm in much more, anyways. Meetings and translations and whatever. Sometimes you also just don't even have a meeting. All you get is like translated boards, and then the rest is up to you to figure out. You can always ask questions though. That's good. The more you communicate, the easier you're gonna make it for yourself and for the others. Because will probably avoid more mistakes by communicating enough, and that way you already help the production of not running into the problem of maybe redoing too many of your cuts, so you don't fail the intention. And on the other side, it also gives more trust between you and the production assistant you're talking to. And yeah, they can also reach out to you much earlier when when you make a mistake, because you keep them updated and keep doing your thing. Another question: how does she hold the weapon? This one from below, like kind of like this. I think then the angle is not good enough. Maybe I just make her randomly swing her sword around her body and then just throwing it for no reason. I mean, if she starts to, block projectiles, anything like that, right? Could also have her jump into space, though. get that 3D. And of course, at this point, I recommend to you everyone to use like a background. But since I'm gonna show you how to be not the right role model. Not gonna use a background right now. Probably later. I'm gonna add one later. I suppose. Yeah, drawing backgrounds is important. You need to have backgrounds in your animation. Every fucking cut you draw in anime has a background, and you need to draw it, even if it's just rough. You at least need to be able to give good guidelines to the background artist later on, so you don't let him down and let him suffer on figuring out the perspective himself. And all of a sudden, I mean, you also want your animation to make sense, so at least a few guides or something to describe, hey, there's a cloud over there, or like there's like the sky is supposed to be here, the ground's supposed to be here. There's maybe some trees, maybe some whatever, right? You want to have all of that included. The stronger your background layouts are, man, the more impressive your shot's gonna turn out, even if your key animation is very, let's say, uh, even if your key animation is not that strong, your shot's still gonna have like that something to it. Honestly, every line you add, every effort you put in, it doesn't matter if it's like into the animation itself or into the like the designing anything around the animation to emphasize that certain cut or that sequence is important. So the more time you spend on one thing, the better it can turn out. Of course, you need to make sure that thing you're doing is correct. So you don't want to end up doing work that's not gonna be used, right? So always keep yourself informed and be communicative, and also very respectful about the feedback you get. It's the most important thing. This leg positioning is so weird over here in this frame before. I'm not sure if how I want to fix that. I just want to make legs go. It's another weird pose, to be honest, because you can't see the fucking leg behind it. And it's freaking me out. Just gonna be like that. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let her jump now and let her float a little bit in the air. So she's gonna stay in this jumping position for a while. And when that happened, she's gonna land on some kind of tree or something, or maybe I wanna let her, land on the side of the tree, jump off the tree, or maybe we can also add a building that she lands on. Having interact with anything really that would make it already a little bit interesting. we don't want to change the too much. It's also getting a little bit smaller here. Now we want that curve, that head curve. Over here was the hand. Kind of weird way to hold the dagger probably, but I guess it's just the pose I chose. Make your hair a little bit more interesting. Want it to be a bit more solid, a little bit more fluffy. But you guys are typing so fast. Um, I don't know what you guys are even talking about. Yes, I have been animating for Mappa. Well, not exactly. I've been animating for Madhouse on Tact OP, Tact OP Destiny. On episode 3 and 12, I did some layouts, but they were pretty wonky. Well, you can be hired if you're good, but it's definitely a little bit more complicated. Your intention needs to be clear that you actually want to work on anime and that you are very interested about this topic and very, that it's kind of part of what you want to learn for yourself, right? Um, Getting hired is a controversial topic these days, I'd say already. Because many people got hired, which is good, right? I mean, it's good to have people that are trying to help, but it's not good if the people getting hired too early and there's problems and they are just creating problems or like more work. Look, whenever you create something, right, there's at least 2 or 3 directors looking over your work. And these directors will determine if your work will make it into the show or not. So that means if you're, for example, completely failed the intention or your work is not usable or it's just too much, like for example, you just animated too many frames, but they don't have the time to clean up all these frames. They may just, skip it down to like a still image with a loop of the hair or the cloth or something moving while you have been drawing the guy really floating in air and everything is moving and interacting, right? While that is not, while that could be still the intention of the shot and your shot could be very ambitious. But if the time is not there to, fix the drawings and make the drawings correct on model, it can be that your stuff just straight up gets cancel out and they just redraw it and fix it up in a complete different way that you might not like, but in the end it's your own fault because first of all you probably didn't communicate it much, second of all you probably also don't exactly know what you're doing, right? You're not familiar with the pipeline, with the techniques, you don't know when to use in between guides, in between charts, you don't understand all the notations that you can give. Maybe your drawings itself were not clear, they were not a model, etc. There's so many aspects kind of that can make your shot hard to use or like just completely miss the intention of what they actually asked for. So it's not about just simply being good, but also about being good at utilizing the pipeline for yourself that you become efficient enough that it's valuable for the studio to hire you. So if you're efficient, smart, and you produce quality work on regular basis, then it's pretty easy for you to get hired, probably. Um, of course, there's aspects, and there's a long way to it. And the first job's always gonna be pain in the ass. You're probably gonna mess up a lot. That's always on the first jobs. It's just a learning experience. Even if you're done with an education or something, and you actually start to with a real job after you got educated, you will just realize how much you mess up and how much you don't know anything about anything. It's just how it is, right? It's really just how it is. And so don't be scared if you like make your first job or if you get an offer, you can give it a try. Just give it a try. But make sure you get yourself some help, have some connection to maybe some connection build up to people that are also interested or maybe even got experience in this industry. There's already quite some that actually came to the spot. And yeah, then just ask them if they can look over the stuff you've been doing. And if it's okay in the way you did, then at least you can give yourself a little bit more um, a secure feeling, right? And yeah, that's pretty much it. Communication. That is probably what's going to help you the most. And obviously practicing. Oh, my pen pressure's back. Fixed itself. I like the one without a pen pressure though. I need to kind of figure out the direction I want my character to fly. I think she might have shifted it too much in this frame. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna change the move a little bit. I'm gonna make it cool. The other thing is, whenever you make a step back from your animation, look back onto it, you will realize how much you mess up. But this is where you can redraw, fix the thing, completely reanimate it maybe. I'm gonna also speed up the process a little bit now. I'm gonna try to focus a little on it. Sorry, I got a little bit lost in talking a second ago. Just an interesting topic because there's so many new people who really want to join the industry, and some people say, "Hey, man, it's troublesome. You guys might not be help." And there's also many people who don't really aim for like epic Sakuk. They're just happy with producing content to actually contribute. They are fine with just doing stills, which is also cool. Right? I don't mind that. If you want to like some Sakuga character acting or maybe action, whatever it is, you will have to you will have to spend time to practice. You will have to spend time figuring certain things out, how certain composition techniques and all that shit work. If you really want to make your scene stand out, and if you really have some love for this industry, if you say anime is your life and you want to do this so badly, man, I can fairly understand you. And I also would tell you guys to take the first job you can get. But I also tell you guys to be mindful, to be careful, right? Self reflect on yourself before you make a decision, please. Maybe ask someone you would believe that he'd give you a good direction or like at least an idea, even if you're not ready, right? It's hard to tell when you're ready, man. No, because there's like nobody really who tells you when you're ready. Figuring out when you're ready might not might could seem delusional because how are you supposed to know when you don't even know what you have to be ready for because you never know what's going to happen within in the industry or what experience you're going to make. So you got to make the experiences. Then the experiences, they will tell you when you're ready or if you're ready. And if you can work through these mistakes and learn from them, then you're probably in a good way. I hope that makes sense to you guys, and hopefully I haven't been talking a bunch of nonsense. If you have dreams or like daydreams and things you want to actually animate for yourself, I would recommend aiming for those first. All the time you have right now that you don't need to actually work or go for certain responsibilities as an adult. If you're like in a job that you have like a safe income and stuff, stick with it for a while, right? Stick with the job, spend time with it as long as you can spend time in it with it, and try to then approach art as a hobby first. Try to really make it your hobby that you really can enjoy, and eventually you will find yourself having improved for like having improved in a duration of maybe 1 or 2 years to a certain point where your work could even be professional, right? If you can if you can do that for yourself and also spend time for yourself because art is not just art, man. Listen, like here's how it's gonna look like. You're gonna be sitting in your room for the next, I don't know, next 2.5 years, right? And you will spend in time in this room at least, let's say you're taking art very seriously, between 2 to 6 hours or something, whenever you have free time, basically, right? And you spend all your free time on it. That's pretty much how I did it. You will be stuck in your room, man. You were stuck in your mind in all that time. And this is where things become questionable and where I think many people struggle to stick to it. Where people give up early on. They are not ready for their own mind. They rather say, all right, art, it's it's cool. I like to do it once in a while. But yeah, I think this evening I rather go out and spend time with my friends to drink, right? And get a hangover on the next day, and the next day is already gone too, right? I gotta be honest with you. If you think this is what gonna get you there, you're not gonna get there. I know this might sound like very rude, like you might be become like some kind of robot or something that can't do anything else than animating. But hey, man, you have this dream. Listen to yourself. If you want to aim for that dream and aim for this thing you want to do, or like for this for yourself, right? You have these daydreams, you have these cool ideas inside your head. They will never reach the day of they will never see the sun, man. They will always be there in your head, but they will never come out because you never invest the time or to practice, to get better, to actually make them, to actually, you never spend time investing, you never invest time into, developing these dreams or like make them come to life over time. Right? How you supposed to, get anywhere if all you do is like not thinking about what you want to do for yourself, or just, I'm not saying that you shouldn't enjoy time with friends or never should party or never do any drugs or whatever it is that you want to do, right? You can do anything. That's fine. But be kind of strict with yourself, at least on one thing. And if it's art, then practice art, man. Do it. Stick with it. Don't give up on it too easily. Your brain will always try to fall back into the same habits that you had before, right? But if you can, have some resistance against that and push yourself to do something like every day in the beginning for an hour or something, just do something every day for like 30 minutes to an hour, you will see how you change. And you will also think, hey man, an hour is so little time. I could do so much more. I want to do more. And that's where you start to slowly lose yourself, kind of. And you start to draw more and more. And then when you go to visit a friend and you drive with the train, you will take out your sketchbook to drive in that train. Or when you're like driving to your grandma's house and that's like on the other side of the freaking country, and you can just draw in the car, even if it's hard to draw and everything is moving and the scribbles, the lines go everywhere, you can still draw. It's still art, man. I think the most effective time you can spend is in the time you create. Because while you create, you're thinking about so many things. You start to realize so many things. Um, it's such so much to it, right? And yeah, I don't know what else to say, right? I spent so much time drawing everywhere I could. I just wanted to become better at animation so badly. Seen all these people around me growing and becoming great so fast. I just like to hang out with other people online and creating my own little communities. And I was like, hey, I want to do 2D animation. I don't know what else to do with my life. 2D animation is the thing I always wanted to do. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, no, we're here. Pretty much all these people on the way, all these experiences I made, even though I spent so much time just in my room, pretty much, I don't necessarily regret it. But I do feel empty and very lonely often. It's painful at times. I think there are many nights where I actually felt so lost that I just emotionally struggled with it a lot. And it's those times I don't regret them though. Like I'm not sad that I experienced them, even though they were definitely sad in that moment, right? Uh, Sometimes it feels relieving to have that sad, to have that sadness, man. I think it's part of it, and somewhere you, you need to let out those emotions. I think we're all gonna, face a wall sooner or later in our life, and it doesn't matter if it's like in art or if it's maybe in school or with friends. Hey, and maybe your friend doesn't want to be your friend anymore because he has to move away. Things break apart. Happened to me often too. Now that I think about it, painful, but that's okay. That's all part of life. It's how we experience life. I'm just thankful that I was, still allowed to meet these people. I had some good times with them, even if I don't have any contact with them anymore. I just hope that they also do what they truly like. As long as you can be happy with yourself, you can do anything what you want. Like you can do any job or any, you can make any decision as long as you feel comfortable with it. But yeah, it's just important to be honest with yourself. Let's see, man. Just 5 frames. It's pretty slow, especially in 40 or to 50 minutes. I'm not sure. It's just randomly floating through the screen right now. Okay. I think I'm gonna bring her back into the center of the screen. And I'm gonna zoom in onto her while she's rotating. So yeah, I'm gonna read the stream in the chat in a bit. I'm sorry, I got lost with talking. Sorry. Ooh, you sound sad, bro. Are you okay? I'm okay. Don't worry. I just sound like that sometimes. Being emotionally mature is very important if you want to be an animator. Maybe. It's kind of my problem with success. What's the point being the best if you human side of my life sucks? If I'm amazingly talented but never to talk to, how can I be happy? You will always have someone to talk to, I believe. Maybe you will meet the people after a while, the longer you spend time in your own dream. I think people who are happy with themselves and do what they truly like eventually just meet other people who respect them for what they do. And they can be completely different or do something completely different. And you can still talk with them about it because they just listen to you while you also listen to them, right? Another thing is also you also don't need to be over polite to people who are like super skilled, right? If you get in touch with someone you really look up to and be like, yo, that's you're the guy, right? You're that guy who animated that big thing, right? That big sakuk, right? Or whatever it is you animated. Maybe you just animated the best panties you've ever seen in your life while you watched your want to be a high school harem anime, right? Whatever he did, right? And you get in touch with that person, you talk to him, and be like, "Yo, I'm a big fan. Um, just treat him like a normal person, please. Like, he's just a normal human. You just be probably a little bit. He's probably thankful that you enjoyed the stuff you've been doing, right? Oh, wait a second, my kid. But he will also like appreciate it if you just don't talk to him in such a weird way. Like he's still a human after all, right? And maybe he's a chill person. So if you're just being you without being too much of, hey man, you epic, right? And you might be having a good time with him as well, and you can even get friends. Honestly, what I realized, the more my numbers have been rising on these social media things, the more I realized is how much everyone is a human in the end. Even the numbers don't matter at all. Like I don't care if it's a person has 1 million subscribers or just one. Right? It's absolutely no fucking difference in that human being and the value in that human. It's just numbers. Some people really stress themselves out, dude, about this. And this is really baffles me. Like, how can this stress you out, man? It's just a person with a number behind it. Even celebrities are just people with money. They just hire other people who, help them to make more money. They invest into houses or into crypto, Bitcoin, whatever it is, man. They will find a way to kind of make them get even more money if they have already so much. I mean, you can invest, you can take risks if you have that much. I mean, how often do you read in those medias on how some celebrities struggle, or like how celebrities just fuck up? It's the same with like politicians, right? We all fuck up because we're just merely human and we are blinded by superficial things. Everyone has that need to be seen in a way. It's very attention seeking. And yeah, these numbers just give the confirmation for attention. It's okay if some people know my face. I don't want like the whole world to know me. Or like so I can't even have like a proper meal anymore without, being talked to in a restaurant. I think if I came to that point, I don't know if I would still feel comfortable. Or don't even know if I had that mental to, stay sane. Like I think that's also one of the things that baffles me a lot about how some of these celebrities actually can deal with that without, completely losing their own mind. Man, that drawing is so wacky. Okay, I'm gonna try to do a good drawing for you guys. I think you can actually stretch out the arm here. Invest in Sakugan and coin and NFT. That's pretty cool. Cool idea. Nobody's gonna do that, hopefully. I'm not investing into stocks or anything like that now. I think I'm investing just in other artists by supporting them on Patreon or something. Yeah, work-life balance is definitely important. Oh, Tofu, you want some food? My cat asks for food. 1 second, guys. I give my cat food. Did I just drop something? I don't know, I feel like I dropped something. Hello? Wait a second. Hello? Okay, can you hear me? Cool. Oh, How am I so cool? Um, yeah, I ate an apple the other day. That's when it happened. I became so cool because that apple was a cool apple. It's actually it. CTBM stands for my name, Christoph Tönes, and BM for Blade Master, which used to be my old username on all the forums. It has nothing to do with bad manners, but if you want to see to think that I have bad manners, then that's fine too. I definitely have some. And yen was just random. I wanted to earn Japanese money, so I decided my name would be yen. That's a cool thing about the internet. You can just change your username at times. You feel like it. I think I'm fine with my usernames now. I tried many over the long time period. It was fun because people start to don't even realize who you are anymore. And they treat you different. Sometimes it's funny. Definitely never going back to these old pivot times though. Edgy teen all the way. Goddamn, I lived that life to the fullest extent that's humanly possible. So you edgy? You never see me back in the day. That one kid that only listens to Linkin Park when he was driving the train. It always just lives in his own protagonist world where he's like fighting demons in his mind all the time because he thinks about his own stories. And I had a bunch of Naruto OCs with World of Warcraft armor. How cool was that? Right? Who? What's wrong, my kid? I wish you guys could see her. She's so soft, and she doesn't like it at all when I take it on my lap. So she's gonna jump away in just a second. But she's kind of sus, man. Honestly, it's like she's always talking, or like she's always like, I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna really try to break the model here. Yeah, if you guys want to see my reel and you wait until the end of the stream, that's one problem. I don't know when the stream's gonna end. Sorry, boys. Looks like I gotcha. But the ones who will remain will not regret. I will probably cut the stream, make a new stream, stream that one, and delete that stream right away once streamed. Oh, this is a cool drawing actually, I think. It's a cool sketch. I like the sketch. Thing is, my reel is kind of just all the cuts that already exist in the internet, pretty much. So if you should just follow my work somewhere and kind of know what I've been working on, then it's probably not even that special. But hey, man, appreciate regardless if you take your time. Wait. This guy's dodging the attack, pretty much. He's making a sidestep. The guy with long hair. So I probably have to add this guy in later on, so it can give some overall sense to the animation. I think that could work. It's a pretty fast introduction. I think the pacing should work to follow. Everything is animated varies very much on twos. Tofu. Stop. I'm not your cat tree. Can't play anymore, man. It's too late. Can't play it this time, Tofu. Sorry, I'm talking to my cat. I do that sometimes. What? Hello? I'm still here. Wait, they're muted. Damn. Why was I so quiet? Yeah, I like swords, man. Swords are cool to animate. I'm pretty bad at it though. I'm also pretty bad at choreo. Still need to practice that shit if I want to be. Can you guys not hear me anymore? Oh, okay. Mic is jumping up and down because it depends on how close my mic is to my fucking mouth, man. It's very sensitive. Yes, I learned to. I'm self-taught. I pretty much learned animation on the internet. Yeah, I'm sorry for my microphone. It's actually very good, but it's just the sound quality is really depends on how close it is to my mouth. Or like the, the the amount of how much you can hear from me really depends on how close I got it. Whoops. Probably just had a little bit too far away. I'm just gonna draw it like this. Just whoosh, passing by fast. Huh. Oh, so we can go with this. Or we can start to do something else. We can do like a bunch of tests. Yeah. I always start to animate on twos, and based on that, I start to play around with the timing. And then when I think like, okay, this part could like have more frames, or this part could have less frames, and I'm taking out frames and adding more frames. Um, yep. The webcam mic quality, I see, so bad. Holy shit. Okay, so I'm gonna do right here now is I want to give some more airtime. So I'm doing frames here and some over here, and I'm basically just in between it up. And if I animate everything on twos, it's gonna be super smooth. But if I wanted to have it more crunchy, I can actually start to add threes. Um, Twos is always smooth. So what I need is these two in between poses pretty much. I need to add two more in between poses here, Two more between poses here. Maybe two more over here. Might not necessarily need. I'm gonna keep it for now. I'm gonna see how it works. Crunchy. When face reveal, it's already on my Instagram. There's already a face of me. It's like the wiki. I don't know if we should even look into the camera face. Do you create storyboarding for your animation, or do you? I improvise a lot, but I should storyboard more. I really need to storyboard a lot more. Oh. Let's see. This would be the position of the hand, shoulder. We want to ease it a little bit over on the spot. We want to see that the spacing remains, that the spacing is still flowing, but it's also not too static. So that's why we don't want to stick too close to the previous frame. And we want to kind of figure out how to keep it still loose enough that it does the frames itself work out and stick to the model. It's also one of the techniques that you just learn at some point, because I tell you, if you draw straight ahead, you mostly don't draw enough frames to plan out the motion in like 80% of the cases, for me at least. So I never give it enough thought. And then when you take a little step back and then actually try to add some extra frames, you will realize that you can actually make some parts of the motion even smoother and even more interesting by emphasizing them and in betweening them correctly. Okay, over here is going to be kind of the knee. Right? Oh, this is going to be complicated one. Over here, the leg is just too small. I'm gonna hide it here. It's a little bit of figuring out where to put the right lines. Right now, can look very wonky, very clunky. And but maybe it's also just gonna look very smooth. Who knows? Ha! Tofu, what the fuck? hmm Yeah, the brush is actually just watercolor brush. That's stopping on that brush. The Nakamura brush is just a big fat lie. That's just how it is. That's why it got this funny name. Yen Yen elbow reveal when. What is your favorite anime to work on? Now I'm looking back at it, I equally feel painful about all of them. What's your process of drawing anatomy? I need to practice more anatomy. I don't know my process. I just draw the things as they come and go. I don't know, this drawing is bad. Okay, it doesn't matter. Just gonna stick with this. Somewhere around here should be the stuff. For the in-betweening, I'm just gonna draw circles for the head. And now, in-betweens, it will look like this. Do you guys see that? How I like extended the time there, the duration, and how it like adds so much to it, to the swing itself, even though it's so fast. It's really going slowly into the pose, and the rotation feels much slower too. And by just efficiently in-betweening it, I can, you'd really extend the duration of the frame, of the scene. It's more work though, but it also can make your animation look much cooler. And sometimes if you want to add some more emphasis on the certain pose or the certain motion, you just go ahead, can even add more frames. Whoa, bro. Someone asking me if I'm high as fuck right now. Not gonna lie, man. I do admit I have been smoking weed over New Year. Sometimes I like to do that. That's just one of the things I do sometimes. But hey, man, we all got our things. I occasionally do that when I feel like can catch a break or something, and then I just use it to enjoy and to relax. But I don't abuse it. After a certain period of time, I just stopped. I quit completely with smoking everything and just focus on work again. Uh, no, I admitted it on stream. Oh no, everyone's gonna see me differently. I'm just a stupid stoner. Oh no. Nah, that's not true though. I mean, I also have been drinking alcohol in the past. It does make me an alcoholic, right? Mm, it just, I think at some point in your life, you either decide to consume any drugs or anything, or you just don't. Some people don't want to admit that stuff or want to keep it secret. I'm just an honest person, so I don't fucking care what could possibly happen to me. I, it's not completely illegal to consume it over here in Germany, but it's illegal to possess it, which is very funny. Nobody understand, man. Like the law in some parts, this country is it's just fucking stupid. If you guys ever see me smoking a joint, though, don't worry, you can still talk to me like a normal person. It doesn't really change much. I think it helps to kill time, but it's definitely not healthy, and I don't recommend people to do it. Just because there's just a high chance to get addicted. I don't know, be it the tobacco or be it the weed itself, like just that high. And it's also like for many cases, it's also a gateway drug. So please stay away from it especially if you're like mentally unstable, because you might have bad experiences with it or maybe end up in a place where you don't want to be. Maybe have friends that also, kind of lost direction about what they want to do in their life. But hey, on the other side, there's probably also people who just consume it and they get their life together easily. It really depends on each person individually. Most stoners though are like very friendly people, and they're very open. You can talk with them about basically anything. Yeah, don't get into that other direction. The hard drugs, right? I never tried any chemical or anything like that. It's complete step away from this shit. It's honestly, I think this is what changes your brain permanently, even after just one use. Most people I know, after they did it once, they just did it more often. They say they might be in control, but I'm not sure if they are. Yeah, I'm German. and I'm living close to the Netherlands. That's why it's pretty easy for me to find, consume, and get wheat pretty much. As I said, you can do it, but be careful with it. It's very dangerous for your brain. It can be very dangerous for your brain if it's not used smartly, or you do it in an environment where it can, just backfire. Some people just can't deal with it. Like it can, some people are getting lost in this movie they are like experiencing, and they are like completely getting closed off reality. And this is also where it's pretty hard to have a normal conversation with that person. It really has a different effect on each person individually in a different way. And most importantly, don't do it if you just hang on the couch and you don't get anything done. Then wheat is not for you, honestly. Uh, um, hello. Oh, morning for you already. Yeah, it's almost 2 a.m. over here. I'm doing fine. Yeah, yeah, I'm thinking about moving to Japan, but first I need to stop smoking weed. So like, not. I mean, I stopped already, but you know, I want to take some time off to really get this shit out of my system before I would actually make the decision to move to Japan. And I need to learn Japanese. And the other problem is I need a work visa if I want to stay there for a longer time. So in that case, I would actually kind of need to have some need to have some I'm not really sure. Like people told me I need to have like a degree, a master or bachelor degree or something like that. They can actually also in the art field, so they can actually give me a work visa. I also hear that you can also get. Oops, I'm sorry. I heard that you can also get a work visa by I talked with Bahi, for example, about it, and Bahi told me that you can get a work visa if you've been working in this industry for a longer period of time. And as long you didn't work while you were in Japan, like all the time in Japan would not count as work experience. Like all the work experience you got needs to be from home pretty much in your or like needs to be not from home. I'm sorry, needs to be in other countries or like in your country pretty much, but needs to be in that kind of thing that you want to get the work visa for in Japan, right? It's just a thing that we had a conversation about, and he said like, and that you could get that thing. I'm not 100% sure if this is how it works or not. It's just something I talked with him about. I don't even do I remember this right? I think it was like that. Hopefully I'm not talking nonsense right now. But yeah, there's apparently just this other way of getting the work visa by just working long enough in this experience and in this industry. And yeah, maybe either way, man. If I want to move to Japan, I really have to do something. And maybe I also need some good studio to back me up, finding me a place in, you know, getting familiar with the culture and all that. I'm a little bit scared, to be honest, to actually to actually make the decision, to actually make a step into that direction. I would have to I would have to learn Japanese first before I even think about it, to be honest. And if I feel more comfortable about that, and I might consider. I think it's easier to get a place in Korea instead. Get a work visa for Korea. You could maybe start to live and work in Korea and then fly over to Japan every once in a while. Maybe that could work. Japan is not that far anymore when you live in Korea. And with the right connections, you could maybe, for example, as far as I know, studios like Period or something also have a studio in Korea. So maybe if you work for that studio, you could travel back and forth between the studios between Japan and Korea based on how you want to. Would cost a little bit of money for the flight, for sure. But hey, man, if you're like maybe a director or something and you need to be at both places, go work out. Go work out. I don't necessarily know Bahi. I just talk to him sometimes in the DMs. He's very cool though. Like he gives me a lot of tips and helpful advice. It's like I feel like I'm like his little student. That's kind of also how he treats me. But that's good. He's just very careful with the information he gives me. So he makes sure that I do my stuff correctly, pretty much. Can go. So imagine you guys see me as your sensei or some bullshit, and it's kind of how I see Bai. But I'm still having just very normal conversations with him also about life and all that. Oh, over here the hand actually moves to this position over here. I think I'm just gonna fill in some color later and then it's gonna be cool. Maybe we can make a slow-mo shot after the slash happens that he's like dodging very closely. And then like he's just moving very slowly towards the camera and the hair is just floating in the wind. I might redraw the hair though. Maybe I'm just gonna clean up that frame and then I'm gonna move from there. Oh, he's actually standing on the ground. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have another camera shot and I wanna have a slow-mo shot of the other characters like right in front of him and still. And I'm gonna just stop it on that frame and from here on onwards I'm gonna start a new scene. So that was like the first shot, which is now 1 second and 6 frames long. That's actually a decent time for action shot. Many action cuts are like between 12 frames to 2-3 seconds. Many are just 1 second. I'm working for many studios already. Like, Kim, are you asking if I'm working in-house? If I plan to work in-house in a studio or just studios in general? If it's studios in general, I've been doing that pretty much the past 2 years. I have no clue from about film composition. Like I never went to school or anything for that kind of stuff. Um, actually, just watch a lot of movies and try to catch whatever I can catch. Um, trying to see what other people do, right? And this is all I learn. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it like that. It's a fast frame. Just zooming up to the character. It doesn't matter that much. That frame. It just needs to make sense in the motion. I think we could have some very cool camera motion here. Let's see. The guy also gets a little bit smaller. Also, a lot of times if you want to fix your spacing, it's just moving the frame or certain parts of the frame to the right direction. Honestly, it's a lot of times it's just that. I'm just gonna draw more and more weirdly the more we go on. Just gonna draw a head. Let's try this. No, you can see how much this one character or like this wobbly drawings. Hold on a second, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. It's very small. Um, so you can now see how the wobbly drawings or like the small character is actually adding already so much to the scene, actually giving some sense of depth because he's standing there, right? So I want to have the legs back. Gonna do this a little bit more properly now, so it doesn't feel too wobbly. We actually want to go steadily smaller. Until we kind of stay at the same size. You could as well just copy paste the character at this point. los? Oh, tofu. I'm gonna try to give her some dry food. Hopefully that works. Is that what you want, tofu? Oh, I guess it's not the food. Maybe she just wants to play. Okay. Let's continue my wacky ass animation. It should be somewhat consistent. No working out here. Yeah, that looks much better. I try to have the cameras like she's like doing a slight curve, changing the direction. I feel like the spacing of the character over here doesn't work out too well. Gotta move our little sketch a little bit. In. A little bit better, I think. So, and if you want to go ham on this, you can add the background here. I'm gonna turn down the opacity of the background over here. Here's the opacity. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit more sketchy or like soft, and the lines are not that strong. Of course, I need to be on the right layer. Let's say, why is this surrounded by trees? Is it trees? Trees are coming towards us, so they are getting bigger. I think for the first few frames, we can also have the BG be static, and then it could probably part of cell A or something, come part of cell A. Let's see. Just added some bunch of lines now. Maybe I can just make it zoom in a lot. I could just reuse it. process first of moving to this position over here. Oh, his background's getting bigger and it's moving with him. It's a little bit too much. And kind of want to have him on the same position. Like the same distance between the lines he had previously. Over here it's becoming a little bit more complicated. I need to zoom a lot. So line I was orientating myself onto. Over here it just becomes too much to draw any more background. I'm gonna have this one my last frame. Then I don't know, add some fast lines that kind of zoom towards. I'm gonna make it like in a circular direction. Hey, the spears, we abuse them right now to help the zoom in, and this is what we got. And with the background, it feels a little bit more alive even. The background isn't moving too correctly, I believe. Fortunately. I think the size is not okay. It should grow much bigger already here. Over here it needs to zoom much more. Needs to be some fucking crazy zoom. And to make it a little bit more interesting, I'm gonna put down some markers and let it fade out much more. So it becomes even less visible towards the end. But then it's fading out, transitioning into the cell. Okay, this is kind of not what I wanted though. Just getting bigger, but I want to have it also move. Maybe it's just getting too big. I want the tree really move to the left side and then maybe it's getting too big already at this point. Oh, figuring it out right now. And even right now we could have like probably some slow motion shot, or maybe I could have like I could have like a shot, for example. Just gonna draw it up. So we could have like this character's right here, right? One character's right here. The guy with the long hair. I don't know, maybe he has like Sasuke cloth. Yeah. I don't know. We have a little bit of perspective. And the background in like this little side character adding to that motion really brought out the a little bit. Oh, I shouldn't have drawn the background the same layer though over here. So, but I'm just drawing out the idea. Now the girl is like here, like some. I don't know, something like that maybe. What I could animate now is like kind of the follow through motion of the landing, right? Oh, she's landing, and then he's like his hair's like flowing in the wind, and the cloth are like moving, and then it's like you could have like a slow motion shot of this sequence pretty much. Um, could also have like a slow motion shot that is like this, for example. So we have like my guy right here. Oh yeah, he's dodging to the side like this. He shifted his head. Maybe it's just making a small movement to the side and be like, "Ah, you're weak. I can dodge this easily. No problem." Right? Hold on a second. Maybe big, much more close up. Oh, he had his eyes closed. Could be like also a second shot. And we have this character in the front, and this sword from the girl coming like moving slowly next to him. And it's like a slow motion shot. So this would move very slowly. So maybe in frame. It's good. This shot could be fairly short though. Like it could be just really these 18 seconds, 18 frames. Second keyframe. Well, if you would say if we say this would be a slow motion shot right now, we would just say okay, this sort next position is over here. This character's going more up. See if I can draw the same face another time like that. And you can see how the actually sword misses him. Right? In anime, you would do it like that. If the motion is very minimum, right, and the character drawing doesn't really change much, right, you could have probably like, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in betweens or something, and then the in betweener is just gonna animate the sword for you. For example, you can draw the character yourself on another layer. For example, you could split this up, like the sword in the front, the character in the back. Then you can even, change the timing of both of them, and that gives even more depth to the more depth to the feeling of this animation. Because when things move with different timing, we might not recognize it in our brain that it moves with a different timing, but it feels a little bit different, and it makes animation more crisp. And that can certainly also emphasize depth if like a layer is moving in a different timing and spacing than the other layer, right? That's the whole technique, the whole trick that we are using right now. I don't have any other job outside of animation. I live 100% from animation. And I used to do different jobs. I worked at the bakery. I worked at um, like in kind of construction. I like kind of a help pretty much carrying windows like windows for a house, right? And help building them in and stuff and doors and all that shit. I've done many different jobs, man, and they were all shit. I hated them all because it's just nothing I wanted to do for myself. Not saying that the people who do the job, um, like the people who did the job, or most of the jobs I've been involved in, I could definitely tell that they had much easier time with dealing with the job, and they would know what they were doing. They get educated and stuff. And I don't know. I don't know. These jobs were just not for me. And then I just decided to stick with animation instead. And after a while, now I don't care what anyone says and how stupid it sounded when I told them I wanted to do this. Now I'm actually doing this and I can live from it. Most people don't understand if you tell them, "Hey, man, I want to do 2D animations." They're like, can you even get money with that in Germany? Everything art related is kind of questionable. Okay, we're not gonna do that. This idea, I think, I'm not gonna do that. Or maybe I should. I'm gonna show you what happens if I now in between based on my guideline, like my in between chart. So this is what basically what the in betweener would draw for you then. Let's see, finish position. This one is a little bit too much. This needs to be higher. you would probably trying to draw each individual frame with the same distance between each other. So that means we're trying to keep the same distance the swords traveling, like each like the spacing is always the same distance, right? Kind of like this. This is kind of how the in-betweener would handle it then for you. And then let's say we're also gonna draw some guides for our A's. Yeah, this could work. In terms of spacing, I think. Also gonna draw this A brow, right? Over here, I think I messed up a little bit. Oh, oops. Misclicked. And so now I'm trying to follow the same distance I have between these A's on my nose. So I'm going to try to have the same distance each frame here to efficiently in between it. I'm going to have always try to the same distance. This is basically what the in-betweener would do for you. You also will try to redraw the face as good as you can. It can also happen that you just copy paste certain features and you doesn't want to redraw. Like there's no point in redrawing this face, to be honest, because it's not really changing. He's not looking to the left or to the right or anything. So you just straight up moves slowly upwards. What could need actual in betweening, where it's like a more motion involved, is probably how do you say is the hairs. The hairs would probably need some more in betweening. Um, or like they most of the times in betweeners do pretty well with hair in betweening. I believe. See many cuts where the hair has been in between very nicely. It's mostly when the character's still and the hair's just moving in the wind, in the cloth. And if your keys are strong enough, the in-betweener will be very thankful, and he will probably also learn a lot from your keys. Yeah, we're also gonna try to move the cloth here. Shouldn't move it too much, change it too much, since it's a slow motion shot. So there's not that much motion involved. I don't know, kind of like that would be. And if you had the hair now, I'm sure it's definitely far easier than the previous one. Because you straight up just go to in-betweening. Kind of, this is how the slow motion cut will look like. As you can see, it actually transitions pretty well. See ya, Gwenji. Thank you for coming around. I remember my first animation job. No, I wasn't part time when you watched on animation how to get started. I wasn't part time there anymore, but I used to be. Is this big enough, by the way? Should make it a little bit bigger. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. Screen is probably very small on your screen. Okay, so this is what we got. We added now the in between. This is pretty much how like the in betweens would have been handled by the in betweener if we just would in between the two those two keys. Not sure. It depends on who is the in betweener, right? I also saw some horror stories where they try to, reach out to some last minute studio or something and it does all that shit. And yeah, sometimes the shit can be very wacky. My first animation job. I need to look into my folders to check that. Give me a second. I will find out. I don't remember exactly what it was. Line didn't work with them. I gotta sort it after date. Oh yeah, my first job was some unreleased League of Legends project video. I find some very funny stuff right here. I think the Rise League of Legends set I think was also one of my first jobs I've been doing. You guys want to see it? Want to see the epic things? My epic storyboard, for example. Here, let's check this out. Let's check this out, guys. This is fucking awesome. This is from 2018. So this was my idea pretty much. I don't know if you can understand anything from this. It's pretty much how what I did. Yeah, it was very epic, right? Let's see, to have more. That was like the work in progress for one of the first cuts. That one already took a long time, I think. But now that I'm looking back at it, I'm so happy that I don't draw like this anymore. Oh, this is the reference for the background. That was an animation of someone else. That wasn't mine. That little bit that you just saw. Oh yeah, this is the other League of Legends thing I was supposed to do, but I don't know. This thing got cancelled, and it was a massive fail. And I really didn't enjoy working on this shit at all. The drawings were also pretty off. And it also was all like there was also like I don't know some MP3 files and shit. Is this one finished? I'm s- I hope the people will never see this. But yeah, some of my names were kind of offensive because I hated working on this. I called it "fuck you 2P," and 2P was like the YouTube channel that kind of was responsible for this. It was also one of the shots I've been doing. Man, this looks so weird to look back at this shit. Yeah, that was one of the jobs for sure. What is this? Oh, yeah, there was also a time when Zeta was supposed to work on Attack on Titan. I still got the files. Carol and Tuesday happened in 2019. My old Carol Tuesday to cuts, man. Absolute dog shit. I think I got them upload. I had them upload on my social media. I was just responsible for layouts, luckily. It turned out pretty well actually in the end. I think that one effect over here when they scanned in the thing. Man, it's so roughly drawn. Holy crap. I was allowed to release those, so that's fine. Oh yeah, and I worked on Chronexia actually. I don't know if I want to show you this. I don't know if you know Chronexia, but it's this super awkward, wacky show from this one YouTuber. And the first thing was like also completely founded by Patreon, and it was a complete disaster. The guy's like actually the guy who actually was the director ripped off everyone apparently, and took like I don't know how much money, never paid anyone, and this is the storyboards I got. This storyboards, how was this guy was called Apai. Apai animated the boards. These are the storyboards from Apai. They're pretty good actually, I think, for boards as well. It doesn't look bad, does it? I think it did a fairly nice job. I mean, especially long. I don't even remember. I haven't seen his stuff in a long time actually. And now I'm just gonna see if I can find my finished thing I've been doing. Yeah, I think this is my line art for this thing. And I also drew all the characters myself, so they are all pretty off model. Yeah, it's Misty Chronix, yeah, by the way. They provided me this 3D layout for Carol and Tuesday. They actually helped out a lot. And this is the thing I animated back then. It's a little bit hard to follow because it's all line layers, and I've animated way too many frames. I made everything so fast, and it's uh, it's an abomination or something, how you want to call it like that. But I got paid very decently for this. I managed to actually negotiate a fair price for the quality I was providing. I did this next to work when I was still working back then, you know? And I did this I did this like in roughly 30 days everything next to work. Right? It's like it's just a little bit too fast at times, and the facts are like weird, nothing is colored in. Should have at least went that far. And if you look closely at how fucking wacky I drew some of it, you can see how much little like I wasn't really giving a fuck about the line art here, man. Holy shit, this is so terrible. What did I do? Sure. I guess for final line art. Yeah, it's definitely too fast and it has a lot of problems, especially in pacing, timing, and all that. There's so many weird drawings in this. Trust me. I mean, the motion is fine. I think. I think it's smooth. At least something. Uh, Chronixia didn't scam anyone, by the way. It was some director Chronixia hired. This guy just didn't pay anyone. Everyone was hating on this one guy. Chronixia was very fair payment, a very kind guy. Like at least working with him was definitely okay, and I was glad I could help him out a little bit, even though the Chronixia thing never came out. I think it never came out. Yeah, the storyboards are provided from the pipelines you're working with, pretty much. What is this? Oh yeah, Cold Blue. Oh, it's also even SVR files. So I was still working in Flash back then. Did I clean it up for him as well? I think so. Yeah, I added shading at least. This was like one of my first FX jobs. I was really trying to get the hang, and it was basically for a personal project from Animatrocities, and he has like these animations where like giant kaiju's are fighting against each other, and big lot of smoke and explosions. And yeah, I figured I would help him out, or would try to help him out. And he said, "Yeah, if you just do roughs, that's fine. I will pay you for that." I still even have the flash files, as you can see. Uh, Everything is shaded here. I think that was the actual final. I'm gonna put away. I'm gonna put away some of these. Some of this cell was missing. Okay. I'm gonna put away the background layers. What is this layer? It's on a B cell. Why did I draw this on a B cell? Oh my god. That's terrifying. Okay. It's like and I can at least get away from the backgrounds, that would be nice. I can at least see the effects. B layer. Yo. How do I? Can I just? Man, look at this mess, bro. Giant mess, man. Tell you that. It's locked or hidden. Oh, I can just do that. Over here, this layer might be needed though. Oh man. Yeah, but that's the stuff I've been doing back then. Try to do everything that gives me a little money next to the side jobs. Just trying to do as many jobs as I could. That's pretty much what I did. Um, I also had some commissions. For example, I made this illustration for this black guy. but apparently he stole the designs from another illustrator, and then he couldn't use any of that. But yeah, but try to make like some kind of poster thing. Yeah, that looks actually terrible. But as I said, like the character designs, nothing of that was original. Tried my best doing like a good illustration here. Yeah, everyone is stealing shit, man. Or like no, everyone is scamming each other in this. Oh yeah, this was also one. Someone asked me if I could like make like an idle animation or like helping him out, and I was like making these notes, trying to make like a loop, right? Giving him an idea. I also showed him how to draw animated jab. Trying to tell him what to focus on. Uh, it's not perfect though. Like for example, I'm not too happy with how I drew the feet here. Could be maybe some more recall motion. The keys, some of the keys could be probably in betweens, and I could be more efficient with the keys. Oh, this was some kind of weird stuff. There was this person. I'm not sure. He had like this. Uh, he had a different gender. I don't know. He had some. He had like this. I don't know. The character was a them or like between man and woman, something like that. I think. Um, yeah, I felt very actually. I felt a little bit uncomfortable doing this, to be honest. But I tried my best regardless, even if the character design was a little bit weird. Unfortunately, I also messed up on that one. I'm not going to show the character design because he actually had an animatic too. Right? It became a little bit weird here. Honestly, that was one of the weirdest jobs I've ever done. I mean, after that, I didn't want to do any commissions anymore, and I stopped doing commissions, I think. Yup, that happened. Uh, I just felt so uncomfortable doing that because all the commissions I got were kind of weird. I have nothing against any gender or anything like that. Like, yeah, I try to respect it. I also try to call the people they or them or something like that. So I don't, run into the mistake of calling them he or she. Um, and if I make someone uncomfortable, I'm trying to make sure that I'm also being sorry for it. I just want to be respectful towards every human equally, and if it's the way they want to be treated, then I will respect that, right? What's that? Oh yeah, this is my to be hero. This is like my first anime job, I believe, kind of. Next to Carol and Tuesday came later. It was very cool designs and stuff. I'm not sure who drew this. Oh yeah. Oh, oh, Eric drew this. Yeah. I was thinking, man. Holy shit, yeah. He actually designed the fucking outfits too. Eric is a fucking insanely good illustrator. It's so scary. And this guy actually, I had a conversation with him yesterday, and he told me the reason why he wasn't drawing so much, he was actually it was because he actually didn't feel confident in his drawings. Would you believe that? If you look like at the character designs right now, for example, crazy, right? Someone saying, "Hey, I don't feel so comfortable," but the character designs are like on point, and like the drawings are great. Right? Every artist goes through something, I guess. Even the best ones struggle with shit. Oh, was that the song? And yeah, this was like my first key animation for the ending here. Spent so much time on it, and I don't know, man. The dancing guys, the other guys, like the dance doesn't make any sense. It's so bad. There were so many things I didn't understand. All the exporting were complete trash. I made 100 million save files as well, as you can see. Gotta do this hair and shit now. That's how I called it. Because I still probably still had to draw hair, I guess. That's why I called it like that. Oh man. Yeah, that was so hard because I really tried so hard to get the characters proportional on model because I struggle with it so much. That's why Hero also drew me this the characters in the background, right? Yeah, like he gave me a reference sheet of um how big the characters have to be. You see like these character sheets in the back. Hero added them there, so I get like the right idea of keeping the right scale, and it helped me so much. Honestly, if you have troubles keeping your character consistent, add like a model sheet like right next to it or like right below it, maybe even so you don't go too off. And whoever did the Ganga, man, in the Chinese studio, I'm so thankful for to him because he actually did very decent with my fucking roughs. Like whoever did the Ganga, man, I'm very sorry for drawing 140 frames. 140 frames of motion, and it's all keys as well. None of that in between or anything. He must have felt the pain so much, but he did it. He drew all that stuff. Oh, yeah. That was like a failed project I wasn't really involved with, but I was just there to observe it. And there was this one guy, I don't think I can show this. He had like this one short film he was working on. I think it's even finished. Not sure if it's finished. But I dropped out of this one as well. Let's see if it's finished. I will, I will, I will show you guys in case it is. No, it doesn't seem to be uploaded. So I suppose the short film is still not done. Or you just never reached me. What's in the studio with folder? It's probably Vinland Saga. Yeah, it was my work for Vinland Saga, my layout work. I don't know if I can show that one because I didn't get any green light for uploading that. I was supposed to work on Revenue Starlight, for example. That also never happened. All of a sudden, they canceled me last minute. It's probably because I was inexperienced. Then there was SAO, Sword Art Online, and FGO from A1 Pictures. I've been working on. FGO was like a game PV from A1 Pictures, and Tetsuya Takoichi was like the director and corrected the shit out of us. Pretty much. Yeah, I did. I worked on Vinland Saga episode 22, and I did like very small amount of layout in the fight between what was it called? The blonde guy, Askeladd or something. Is that his name? Something like that, right? This one very cool guy that killed Thor. Um, um, I just did some little bit of layout. I didn't do any. Actually, the Ganga, they improved my work so much in the Ganga. Actually, I think they even redid one of mine. Yeah, Askeladd versus his dad. exactly. I was thinking I was involved with. I think this is also where I met Blue and Ihan the first time. They are both Korean animators, and they also worked for Studio Lan there. And yeah, they did a pretty great job. I don't actually get much interaction with the director back in the day. Now that I'm like a little bit more inside this industry, I'm talking to most of the directors privately sometimes. At least I did that. I talked with, for example, with Itsuki Tsuchigami on the FGO movie, or with how is it called? Toru Iwasawa for Takt of Destiny. Um, I didn't talk with Itsushuka. Wait a second. I think I'm not pronouncing the name right just now. I'm sorry. I'm looking this up real quick too. Itzy. Itzy- What was the name again? My brain just dropped. My brain just turned to sand for a second. Ichizuka, I think. Name. Is that the name? Oh my god, my brain was doing. Honestly, I can find out really easily. Yeah, Ishizuka. This guy was my director on One Piece. And I also worked with his storyboards. He let me all the freedom I wanted. I didn't get any corrections. Pretty much. That was cool. I don't know, maybe I just did a good job. Could happen. But yeah, he's fucking great. Great sense of timing. It's fucking crazy. He doesn't even draw that many frames. Like, for example, let's see part number one, right? What does Zoro do? You have keyframe number one until this part. It's like keyframe number two. The rest is in betweens, right? Two keyframes. And over here, he draws more keyframes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Might be in between here at this point. Or maybe 6, 7. Yes, this fast keyframe which just drags down the swords. One. He might have drawn these frames himself. Probably did. But as you can see over here, then it just stands still, like in a static pose. Then the only thing that's moving is the cloth, and there's effects going on. And then he adds these extra effects and impact frames, and they do the rest of the job to carrying the dynamic feeling of the scene. Over here is just cloth moving, some effects. The character in the background is not even moving at all. The snow particles could be as well, just after effects. Um, Background is pretty simple too, like the perspective, just a 1 point perspective, pretty much going towards one direction, the center of the image, almost center. Center's around here, but these guys like are facing off each other. They kind of create the center of the image. Then we have one more keyframe over here, and 2 or 3 in betweens to the next keyframe over here. One more keyframe probably over here. There's few in betweens. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's probably the next keyframe over here. So he's actually being very efficient. So he doesn't even draw all the keyframes himself to draw the motion, but he just goes ahead and just uh, utilizes the in-betweener here in these spots. And this is where he starts to actually draw more frames, I believe. There's probably still some in-betweening here and there. Over here, this is a loop, 3-frame loop. Right? The sword is definitely static. What he just added is some extra effect that actually wraps around the sword. And another effect, which is the big thing, the rest is just comp. Over here starts to animate, man. He starts to, and look how little he draws him. He can get away with very dynamic movement and very little detail, but just having him so far away, right? This one probably has one of the most keyframes, depending on the cuts we've seen so far. I don't know, maybe 20 to 30. We could count, but that's better not. Probably around 25, 26, maybe. I assume. Over here, it's just also more animation involving. First of all, he has a background layer, then he has the character himself with the aura. Then he has an. I'm not sure. This part in the back could be another layer, but it could also be part of the background layer. And the in-betweener just had to redraw it. I doubt that he redrew all the positions of that line in the back. Something like that could have just been handled by the in-betweener. While he just had to focus then on drawing the background animation, which is actually very simple shading just on the ground. Pretty simple. And he uses one big impact frame. These impact frames, to be honest, are fairly simply drawn, in my honest opinion. It's just using like a certain brush and drawing a bunch of scribbles. This frame over here kind of transitions very nicely into the ground shakes. These big cubes are all in between, by the way. That's why they move so slowly. Then he has these extra cubes in the front, which are like on another layer. They split up in small cubes. This part is definitely in between two, to some degree. I wonder if he started. Yeah. What Ishizuka did is he had a very long BG pan here. So first of all, the BG itself, it's zooming in. It's moving to the right, pretty much. But the cells always stay in place. So that means, like in my scene right now, I was moving the BG right, but all the cells, like the drawings, they always stay in the place. They stay in the middle, right? But what he's moving is the BG. That's pretty much what he did with a very long camera pan on the sequence. Here, over here. There you can see how long the background is. It's pretty far. When he blasts off over here, there could be another background starting to come in. Like someone could have put in another background. Like he could have described that there should be another background to transition into the sky. Honestly, it's actually so simplified drawn. It's really fast drawn. Look at this. I'm not sure if he's a Flash user, by the way, or if he also uses Clip Studio Paint, something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe I also drew on paper. Just use these shapes. I think the Gengar's here too. Let's see. Yeah, that's probably paper. Man, it looks like Flash, dude. Like the end line, the lines at the end. Because the drawings are wobbly. Well, wait, is this digitally? No, this is digitally, right? This is not Flash anymore. But how does he do these scribbles on the arm then? This looks so digital. Maybe he didn't fill it in and then they just filled in the colors like these fills over here with the with actual paper on paper to just you know clarify that this is the shading or like this is the space that needs to be shaded. It looks like a combination of digital and traditional to me somehow. Or you just used a very certain brush that gives that kind of pencil vibes. Who knows? Yeah, this definitely looks like Flash, man. Don't tell me otherwise. Oh, I suppose it's kind of printed. It's either printed out at some point. That's why it has these cool scribbly lines here. Oh, he has some kind of weirdest brush that allows him to do that. I wonder if the impact frames are drawn on paper though. There could be like some super cool fat brush or something he used. You know, Japanese people they have these very cool brushes to draw their kanjis, right? Might have used that one. The stream will be probably available later on, yes. I will not delete it. It's not the layout, by the way, that's the Gengar. It's completely finished, the Gengar. The drawings are clear, the shading is there, everything. There's a lot of notes as well. If it's layout, the drawings would probably look as rough as this one in between guy that we saw. Wait a second. This one. This would be like probably his layout kind of drawings. So it's okay to have some layout drawings as in between guides. That works. Learn something every day. I actually had some shots in my One Piece Gengar that were completely layout, but I just sent in him as Gengar. And it worked out. That was like a big achievement, man. I didn't have to do anything anymore. The cut was just done. But it was just effects in my defense. Oh, you think so? Could be taken down by Toei by showing that stream. Damn. Well, let's hope not. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep it. I didn't record this though. Like I don't have the file on my computer. Maybe I can just download it and then take out the Toei part. I don't know. Check. But we can also continue our animation. Still have around 2 more hours before I want to go to sleep. I think we could just continue with the slow motion cut here. Maybe we can add in some colors. Then if we add some colors to the sketches, like underneath, um, I feel like it's always simpler to clean it up later on because you have like the silhouette is much more clearer to you, so it's easier to figure out where you want to put certain lines. Hey, audio Loki, I'm animating something personal, just something random. I don't know. Didn't have any plans before I started this. I'm not sure if they have to watch hours into the video. Maybe this could be just generated through computer. For example, seeing Zoro's face or something, you will just identify it on the timeline and just say, all right, it's a copyright mistake. If you drew stuff on paper, would it belong to the most likely? Yes. You would have to send in your paper drawings. You could probably make copies though from your drawings. Okay. I'm gonna add in some colors for now before I go to the next scene. Gonna use this as it's time to procrastinate right now. I always use the colors red and blue. They're very distinctive, can be easily kept away from each other. Okay. Pop in red. Sometimes it helps me to just draw, like, go over this and like redrawing kind of the silhouettes, right, of the shapes I've been drawing. It helps me because the cool thing about the color fill tool is that you have to think in shapes. You have to, because if you stop lifting your pencil, it will just fill it in. So if you want to make it look good, you want to, like, for example, I don't know, have like a certain shape to it. Maybe you want to like some kind of, you can actually start to experiment with this and see what silhouette could look cool or work for you. I don't know, you can make like cool fire silhouettes now. You can also build multiple silhouettes onto each other. For example, if I would like change the color here, you can have like another thing wrapping around and start to become, even gets a sense of depth. It's almost like you start to paint. It's just a very different painting tool that you will probably not have in real life in exactly this way. The other way you could just do it is just probably taking certain paper or something and then cut it out, trying to have like a very very steady cut that kind of you know gets out the silhouette. It's kind of how you imagine it. You cut out color and can put it together. That way you can create these shapes. Oops. Control Z used too much once. So yeah, lasso fill tool, very cool tool. Experiment with it. Try to focus on drawing silhouettes with it, and you might become better at effects as well. I use it for a lot of things. As you can see, I also use it to fill in color, right, for my roughs. It just helps me. It makes the rough more clearer. You can figure out the silhouettes much better. For example, okay, over here the lines become a little bit weird, but I know this is the leg in the back. So if I want to emphasize that, or like make it a little bit clearer to myself, I can just use a darker color here. And it makes much more sense. Same could do that for the sword. And you can like distinguish the sword a little bit better from the body of the character. Or maybe if I think the silhouette actually lacks some hair, I can actually add that. And that kind of gives me the indication for when I start to clean up, okay, hey, maybe you want to fix the silhouette of the hairs here. If I would be like very clean now, I would like keep drawing the back leg in this darker shade. So it's much easier for the audience to pay attention to it. I know this one is not in the frame, but hey, just for clarification. Okay. Now the silhouette becomes much more clearer. The drawing as well. That's the power of color. At least it becomes clearer to me. Not sure if it's the same for you, but I think everything looks a little bit better in color, right? I like the upper body part of this frame, but I don't like the lower one. But it still makes sense and works out somehow. Sometimes motion can be very scary because you feel like it's wrong, but but logically speaking, it's right, but it looks wrong. It's especially when you think about foreshortening. It's like, oh, this angle looks wrong. This doesn't make sense, but it does. Or like, it doesn't seem to make sense, but it does. Because foreshortening is definitely scary. I think a lot of people struggle with foreshortening a lot. Thinking like putting your lines down like it will look like it's 3D, man. Jesus Christ. It's so painful for the brain. Way too big. It's very relaxing to do this, honestly. And sometimes after this, I even feel much more motivated to draw anything once I color it in the characters. Because it's like, it just feels sad, very relaxing. And it's pretty fast too. You don't have to be super on point. You can just wrap around the silhouette. If it becomes too complicated, then it can also help, to add, as I said, like extra details, like maybe like fixing silhouettes, your silhouette a little bit. So, and as I say, your drawing will be clearer to yourself, probably. At least it does that for me. Big butt. Oh yeah, and you can draw very cool smears with this brush. What color do we draw the other guy? I don't know what I even drew here, what this is. Okay, other guys. Give me some greenish. Okay, give me some green. That's a little bit bright green. Give me some darker green. It's a little bit too dark. I think this is good. It's pretty hard to. What I could do is. Add some shading, kind of. So it looks like it's one character's in front of the other. Start adding shading, man, and even can be pushed much more because you start to play with lighting. It's actually cool right now. It's actually fun. That was a good idea. Damn, this drawing actually starts to become impressive. Bubbles. Oops. Yeah, we know we got an epic picture between us two. Okay, now we gotta consider a little bit. Where's this fucking arm? His arm is around here. Does this work? I don't know. It has to. I mean, it's just for one frame. This frame is like barely visible because it's going on so fast. Uh, I don't know. I think I will be something like that. I know. This is just a rough animation. I'm taking it too far. Proceeds to shade more. I think hair would be like in front of his hair somewhere. It's all shaded. over here would be actually a fat ass. And maybe this somehow part of a back. It just works, I guess, in this case. Over here, I'm gonna make the sword red again. And this time we could actually even start to animate the lighting on the sword while it goes down this one direction. That would be a cool idea. There we go, we can emphasize the sword a little bit. And maybe have some shading as well that moves along the character. It could show us kind of where the sword is in space. That means we can emphasize perspective or like depth a little bit. Not perspective, really. It's a very flat angle, but depth. You can show depth even with simple overlapping objects. The reason I don't need to draw actually in this area or in this area is because just this area over here is getting rendered. And this, as long as I don't add the camera, it's always going to be that area. If we want to go hard in this one, we could also shade the character here. We could make it for the first keyframe and the last keyframe. And it has this kind of keyframe aesthetic to it. So some shading would be here because the hairs are going behind. Behind the ear probably. Shading in the ear. Kind of like this. Then we have some shading, bigger shading over here. The cloth part. Wait a second, I got this idea. Uh, uh, okay, we wanna have the sword. The sword would be around, say, this position right here. It's actually close to hit him, but he's slightly moving to the right. So while the sword moves down, with this silhouette of the sword, shadow kind of become more straight because he's gonna be the sword's gonna be at the side. Okay? It's gonna be at the side of the character. It's not gonna be. It's gonna be next to him. It's not gonna hit him. Changes in shape a little bit. Let's try to get the right angle as well. That means I need to take away here. Since it's outside of the screen, it's not much big deal. Maybe it's coming very close. If it's coming very close to the body, that means the shadow is almost right behind the sword then. Yeah. It's moving very closely with the sword. Maybe it still goes a little bit down though. At least a little bit. Okay. Then we're gonna add some Greek color to the rest. Real quick. Epic head shape. This guy definitely got an epic app head shape. You can't tell me otherwise. I try to fix the silhouette of the nose here, but it doesn't matter since the nose is outside of the canvas. What I'm gonna do now here is trick 17. I just fill in the color over here and then I bucket fill to the rest. So you could just do it like this. And then bonk. Just bucket fill to fill in the rest. And without changing too much the other already existing color that you drew. You can also just straight up take away his brain. He has no brain. But maybe it looks a little bit more aesthetic and pleasing if you look into the file, if you see that. Could even try to animate the shading on the cloth and pretty much or like on the hair, and then you could have some very cool shading or close shading. It's like this paintery feeling to it. Okay. Should we try that? Should we try to draw the cloth? Like the cloth folds. Or do you guys want me to continue with the net? Maybe one more cut. Oh, first we gotta animate the lighting of the sword. Like, of course, it's a reflection. I mean, not the lighting, but the reflection. want my reflection to move in this direction. I'm not gonna try to go too far away from the previous silhouette I have. I also need to be still kind of in the same position. I don't want the reflection move too fast because the sword itself it's not moving fast too, right? It would be weird if the reflection starts to kind of just zoom very fast over the sword all of a sudden. There's some green space missing. Forgot this spot. Oh, same over here. Fill it in real quick. Pretty cool. Okay, let's take a look, right? Add some color. Fuck, where's my fucking mouse? I might need to add some more green color to the other guy when he's still small. Well, it looks cool. Yeah, it has some more, let's say, substance to it. I could have one more smear frame before it start to transition into the slow motion. All these in between markers are now gone, but I'm gonna keep one A, B, C, D, E, F to show you guys that it's still the in between here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna yeah, I'm just gonna create more keyframes. Now we can exaggerate the swing a little bit by adding smeary frames. The Ishizuka way, you could say. Ah, it's definitely the wrong color. Damn it. But it's okay. That means just that our thing is gonna be kind of lineless or smear. I'm gonna do the same with this face right here. blobby smears is the one that Shizuka always uses. Kind of edits blobby shapes and shading as well. And we definitely gonna do that too, right? Kind of try to get this little silhouette here to over the ear would be. Over here, I don't even give a fuck about the form. It should just emphasize that something is moving. And for that one, I'm also using utilizing the shading, building this shit. This muse. For example, could have this one moving shape here. Like, I don't know, it's kind of moving. I don't know if this is gonna look any good. Okay. Oh, it definitely transitions better. Shading doesn't make too much sense, but it transitions better. It's like he's liquid. The way it's moving. And he's so green. Almost like the Green Goblin. Okay, gonna add some greenish color here and a little bit of shading as well, since we are like already shading so much. And we can just keep going. And I'm gonna add a shadow underneath the character as well now, so we can see his position and space a little bit better. Where's the shading? You need that one. Let's do it like this. This is the silhouette of the girl. I'm not sure if this position is correct. That's just what I assume. Over here can be almost completely green. I'm gonna take away more and more of the very dark green later. Okay. Sorry if I talk to myself. It's been I'm extremely focused. I haven't even checked the chat in like few I don't know for how many minutes. I'm sorry. I'll check in a bit. Just wanna get this done correctly. Just for the okay. This is much better. The chatting. I think what it really lacks in it's because the colors like the color the certain the value of the color is pretty close by to each other. In kind of hard to distinguish it in the last shot. So what we can do is I think the beginning part is not even the big deal, but like when it starts to stabilize, when the line art starts to stabilize itself a little bit, I'm just gonna add some stronger contour or like a uh, stronger line over here. Use a little bit bigger brush size. I'm gonna use another pen for this. Oh, this is very big. Oh, what size do I have? Oh, 17. I think 9 should do the magic. Now we can clearly distinguish the one object from another. I'm gonna add some extra smears to it. maybe some lines that move along um, the silhouette of the reflection. Over here, I could almost have the straight line. Doesn't feel so good in this case. I would probably replace this with a straight line when I would do the line art, or maybe use two straight lines, for example, and just do that. Maybe I would just also just draw it. Who knows? I might get a little bit bigger on some parts on purpose. Maybe it becomes too fancy now, too many details. Who knows? Okay. I think we're gonna also finish it off after this cut, to be honest. 2 seconds are fine, I think. I mean, would have probably done more if I didn't talk too much and procrastinate a little bit hard on the in the beginning. That's okay. I mean, it was just for me to release some stress, something for myself, and let you guys know that I'm still alive. And I care about you guys, of course, but I'm just not the big streamer, man. I'm also not even requesting money or something for my streams. It's just things I do. Just to distinguish them a little bit better from each other. That's why I put these very big, thick lines here right now. Okay, this is much clearer. All right, and I think we're done with our stream for today. I'm gonna show it one more time in big screen. And we can talk about some more questions. I'm gonna show you a little bit of my animation reel. In another stream, I'm gonna like stop the stream so the video will be saved on YouTube. And I'm gonna make like another stream with stream my animation reel real quick. And we're gonna then I'm gonna delete that video again. Unfortunately, it's the only thing I can do for now, because as I said, I'm not really sure if it's okay to even share that stuff, right? Because Toei might be just on my ass real quick and just tell me to take down the video, even though the clips are probably all over the internet by now. Shading, just like how light is distributed on cloth. So how do you practice this? I honestly don't think my shading is very good. So what you gotta think about is how light behaves. So how does light behave? Mm, let's we'll just look draw like a little drawing about this. I'm gonna make a little tutorial here. Imagine, right? You got a light source, right? One thing I feel like everyone needs to understand, what many people might not even consider. Okay, we got a light source. Our light source is this. Hopefully you can see this clear enough. From here, all the light gets reflected. That means it's sending light rays, like little light rays, that we can even not even like that kind of gives the expression of light. For example, we have an object right here, right? The light would kind of reflect on that object. Wait, what color do you use? I use red now. The light would like reflect that object so we can see that object for our eyes. It's visible, right? The thing what many people might not consider or not think about is that the light bounces actually off. It bounces off. And it splits apart into small light pieces. So there might be parts where the light cannot actually reach that far anymore because it bounced off so many times. So for example, over here, I don't know, we have like this one box underneath the other box. This part over here would probably be all dark because the light has troubles to get into that part, for example, right? Other parts, for example, this might be still like a little bit darker, for example, but it's still quite some light on it because the light bounces off the object. So there's like a certain um there's like a certain percent of the light that keeps going, keeps moving on, and it bounces off million times. I don't know how often it bounces off. Probably a lot. So imagine if this was your room, right? For example, and you got like a big shelf. Obviously, the light would fall towards the shelf. So the whole front part of the shelf is pretty bright, right? It depends, man. If there's, for example, if your light has some this kind of extra accessoire on it, the light will kind of just reflect downwards, right? It would not never so so it would probably just lighten up this part, for example, right? now that our light but reflects, like shines in the whole room is very bright. But the parts that are probably not as bright are probably parts where the light has more troubles to get on. So that's probably, for example, this side. Draw this in gray because it's a little bit darker, but it's not completely dark. Right? If you had a bed, for example, standing right here, let's say this is our bed. Right? The light would still get underneath the bed. So there's still some light, but you can see that the bed itself also throws a dark shadow. Right? So this is just little light coming down, but it's not completely black. It's still, you can still kind of maybe see like how the ground actually looks like, or if there's an object or something underneath, or maybe it's your cat, right? Maybe there's just your cat over here, right? Or right, I don't know. You can definitely see that underneath your bed, but it's getting very dark underneath there because there's much less light going down. Because the light bounces off your bed, and it takes like a little bit of time until it actually reaches the point, or like there's not much light rays that bounces off and you know give some light to it. Okay, so yeah, basically, as I said, imagine these light rays or the light as like it's bouncing off from multiple objects, multiple parts. And this is where some of the light gets lost. And this is why we have all these kind of different light methods and stuff. It also depends on the light source. If the light source, I don't know, maybe some light sources are more like, I don't know, have also different variations or different characteristics to it, some different light. It depends. And based on how you want to use light, you can emphasize certain things. So, for example, let's say um, I'm going to try to draw a face. Okay, I got my character right. Mm, damn, this is a big E. Uh, I'm sorry. Didn't want to draw that much of a big E. Okay, got my character right. This doesn't look good. I don't like it. Needs to look good, or at least somewhat decent. Okay. Yes, some cloth on. Okay. This is my monk. This is monk son. That's how we call him. Okay. Monk son is pretty cool. He's gonna tell us. He's gonna help us to figure out some shading, what it does with our character. Based on how you position the light, right? Let's say maybe it's right here. Right? Maybe just this back part of monk sun would have light. Maybe it's a very weak light. That means all the parts over here. Maybe there's some little light over here still. Kind of, yeah. But all the rest is probably then shaded. There maybe it's a few parts that are not that dark. I fill this in. Right. Well, these parts will be. Oh, this is the yellow parts are where the light comes, reaches pretty much. The rest is kind of the yellow and red parts. Maybe that would be a little bit over here still or something because the light is behind the character. Let's say we want to have the light in front of the character, right next to his cheek. Wouldn't that mean that all of this completely lighten up? So then we also need to think about the surface of the character and how the light would behave and reflect. Um, where would the light, to what positions would the light get to, right? Uh, it's also where I start to struggle, right? I'm not that good at lighting, and then I should probably start painting, honestly, and you can learn so much about lighting, rendering, shapes, and all that shit. Definitely something I would recommend. Got one shading here, maybe some lighting over here. I don't know. Then okay, Monk Sun, almost time for you to go. Okay. What we're gonna do now is all of this. Where is the hole? Always struggle finding the hole. Yeah, get the joke. No, you don't, because you're not an animator. uh, just kidding. You guys are animators too, right? That should be fine. Let's say. Uh, I don't know, maybe we could have even one more shading thing here. No, I'm just gonna shade him the rest in like some bluish color again. And the parts that are like very dark when little less like it's even coming, I'm gonna shade in even darker. I don't know, not sure if it would look good in the end result. It's kind of the idea I have about shading, depending on where you put your light source, kind of. Um, you need to just consider the surface of the character. For example, over here would be maybe the cheeks. So there could be like actually a shaded part, a shaded part that could be shaded right here. Or there's like this little part on the A's that goes inwards where actually very little lighting comes in. That part could be shaded, right? Or if you want to describe more of the nose, you want to try to bring out then etc. etc. Right? Then the rest is just trying to describe surface of lighting. Does it make any sense? Hopefully it does, right? I mean, it's not super good tutorial right now. It's like just, but I hope it helps. What do you mean by this year this account will change? Are we not supposed to know yet? Someone's actually reading my community pages. So should I tell anything? I have big plans for this year. I'm not gonna do much work. I'm gonna work on personal stuff. That's all I can tell. How this account is gonna change, I don't know exactly. I try to be active from time to time, for sure. I'm gonna try to stream from time to time. Um, and yeah, there's not much to say, I think. I just don't want to give out any more information. But I got some plans for myself. I want to try some stuff. And no worries, it's all gonna be fine. I think I'm still fine. I'm still having some work next to it, but it's not really that deeply animation related. Mm, I can be very relaxed this year, pretty much. That's all. And so maybe I might even disappear completely. Who knows? Who knows? Depends on how life is gonna play and how things gonna turn out for me. Fixing my mic, huh? I mean, as long as you can understand me, it's fine. And my mic is actually totally fine. It's just how close or far my mic is. And depending on that, I can be. Most of the time, I do animate straight ahead, and other times I also use keyframes like I just did in this animation. I got used to animating straight ahead when I started out. Mm, I'm not quitting. Quitting. I'm not quitting. For sure not. I'm never gonna quit animation probably. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be for here forever, but I'm gonna be like gone for a while. Maybe not as active. I mean, I'm not that active on YouTube anyways, right? I'm gonna be like, I don't know, maybe a little bit even more absent. But I try to be not to. And how the channel is gonna change, honestly, I can't tell. I'm one of the people who never make plans. And just think, yeah, I'm just one of the people who just let things turn out the way they do. The only thing I plan is like to spend time for myself and be a little bit more careful with taking too much work. So, and invest more time in myself. I want to practice a few things. I want to get more into painting and stuff. But how this channel is going to change, it's not like there's no exact answer for this for now. Yes, I've been doing character acting as well lately, but I don't know if some of that stuff has been released yet. I think most of the stuff where I have like very intense character acting didn't release yet. Yeah, straight ahead is cool at times, right? I mean, you get like a natural feeling for motion. You can really utilize the principles of animation, like easing, spacing, and all that stuff. Very cool. Like you practice that a lot. You can create smooth animations if you learn straight ahead carefully. This is very good, but the problem is that there's a lot of resizing, a lot of inconsistency in straight ahead. Sometimes it's hard to even figure out the right poses or combining them correctly. Then you have these very wacky, weird in between frames. The motion starts to feel a little bit too flowy. Sometimes you already animate one motion, but in your head you're already on the next motion, and somehow the arms and legs don't, they are not coordinated to each other, and then it's like some random motion that doesn't make too much sense. But I mean, it looks smooth, but it doesn't. It's not good. Basically. Um, but yeah, it's you can work around that and like fix all these issues in straight ahead regardless with the right approach. And that's where you can become very powerful with straight ahead. Okay, so straight ahead is still good, and it also helps to learn about pose to pose, because either way, if you learn pose to pose first or straight ahead first or learn both do complement each other and help you in your thought process and your approach onto certain animations. For pose to pose, for example, since it's so keyframe orientated, you can emphasize certain drawings or certain poses more. And this is something like that straight ahead lacks in a lot, because everything is constantly in motion and flowing probably, and or like constantly moving. It's hard to determine of where is the actual keyframe right here and what exactly is what you want to emphasize with certain motion or like the certain move. And that's where keep pose to pose, for example, is more efficient. Or if you want to utilize that in certain pipelines, pose to pose, like working with keyframes is like the most efficient thing, and like also the most convenient thing for most people. And all the pipelines are also like worked and built around it. For example, if you think of Japanese animation, in between us are like the one of the biggest carrying roles in this industry. Yes, the animation reel is gonna be up in a bit. 1 second. I don't know how to composite my own animations. That's also something I want to tackle this year. I want to learn about compositing and After Effects. Okay. For now, I'm gonna end this stream right here. I'm gonna start a new live stream. Hopefully, it's gonna be. Mm, hopefully, it's gonna be other name and stuff. I'm gonna change the name, streaming name. What do we call this? Uh, talking, animating, analyzing, and explaining things. Anime and stuff. This is how I'm gonna call it. Oh yeah, if you look for some brushes or anything, I don't know, I've read a comment just a second ago. Not sure if this person is still here. Most of the time in my YouTube videos, there's like a link in the description to the Dropbox folder. There's also brushes in there. Those are not Patreon exclusive, so you can also access them. You can just download them. There's no top secret. Okay, I'm gonna close the stream right here. I'm gonna start trying to make a new one real quick. The stream ends here. I'm sorry for everyone who came in late. I apologize. All right, be right back.